අරවානිවන් අවපුර තොර අකුළු ලමින් සුරකින බැවින් සිරිදලඳා සමීදු පෙමින් පරසතු කුසුම් උඩුගුවනි විසුරුවමින් පෙරහැර පවත්වති දෙවියෝ ඔබේ නමින්
සිරිවඩ්ඩනපුර බබලන දැයේ උරුම මහා පෙළහර අද දවස සිව්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යයේ වීදි සරණ මොහොතේ අප සිටින්නේ 6:40ට යෙදෙන සුබ මුහූර්තයෙන් දකුණු දිශාභිමුඛව මේ පෙරහැර මංගල්‍ය වීදි සරන්නට සියල්ල සූදානම්. වාසනා හස්තිය අද දවසේ වාසනාව උදා කරගන්නවා සදහතුක පෙරහැර කරඬුව වැඩවීමේ කටයුතු ඉටු කරන්නට. ඒ වගේම නුවර වීදිවල සිට මහා ජන ගංගාවක් මේ පෙරහැර මංගල්‍ය netumaane නරඹනවා. නිවසේ සිටින ඔබට මෙහි උත්තරීතර පෙරහැර මංගල්‍ය සජීව ලෙස අප ලබා දෙන්නට සූදානම්. PO TV නාලිකාංක 20 310, Dialog TV නාලිකාංක 48, ඒ වගේම ප්‍රීසෙට් නාලිකාංක 2 ඔස්සේ මේ රූපකාව්‍ය ඔබ netumaanයට ගෙන එන්නට අප සූදානම්. ඒ වගේම ලොව කොතනක සිටත් ඔබට මේ රූපකාව්‍ය නරඹන්නට අවකාශයන් අපි ලබා දෙනවා. ශ්‍රී දලදා මාලිගාව Facebook පිටුව YouTube නාලිකාව ඔස්සේ මේ පෙරහැරේ රූදසුන් ඔබට නැරඹීමට අවකාශයන් ලැබී තිබෙනවා. අප ආරාධනා කරනවා සජීවී රූපකාව්‍ය සමගින් මෙතෙන් පටන් එක්වන්නට. ஷங்கவி
நன்றி ஜெயநாத். கண்டி மாநகரின் பிரபல்யம் வாய்ந்த அசல பெரகராவின் 4வது ரந்தோலி பெரகரா இன்று புத்த பெருமானின் தந்த பிழையை தாங்கிய கத்தரகம வாசனா ஜானையானது வலம் வரும் காட்சியினை நீங்கள் டயலாக் டிவி 48, PO TV 20310, ஃப்ரீசர் 2 மற்றும் தலதா மாளிகையின் முகப்புத்தகம் யூடியூப் தளங்களினூடாக நேரலையாக கண்டுகளிக்க முடியும். நன்றி. Ravihar.
Thank you, Shangavi. Welcome to the glamorous Kandy Esala Perahera festival as we present the 4th Randoli procession. So today at the auspicious hours of 6:40 p.m. under the enchanting night sky, the ceremonial tasker Katharagama Vasana will move gracefully through the street in this magical city. So we invite you all to join with us with the live broadcasting brought to you by the Media and Special Project Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, joining with PO TV channel number 2310, Dialog TV channel number 48 and FreeSat channel number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, experience the excitement and immerse yourself in this cultural extravaganza.
We are delighted to welcome you to the special live broadcast of the 4th Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa Kandy. You are now seeing the Perahera officials obtaining the permission and blessings of the Diyavadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, before commencing their street perambulations. This is the handing over of keys by the Diyavadana Nilame to the officiating bhikkhus. And now, the Diyavadana Nilame will be making his way from the upper level to the lower level chamber known as the Pathamalaya of the Vedasitina Maligaya. Here we see him ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahera relic casket under the protection of the custodian venerating prelate of the Asgiriya Mahaviharya, Venerable Urlavatte Sri Dhammarakkhita Theru, towards the ceremonial tusker under much veneration, amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents, and flowers, all the way from the upper chamber till it is placed on the awaiting tusker. We are now seeing the Perahera relic casket, which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha, being placed within the Ranhilige that is mounted on the lavishly costumed tusker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession. This is the devout moment when the royal tusker shall step majestically down from the Mahavaharkada, the main entrance, onto the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingham music, in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city. And today, the royal tusker will be Vasana of the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya, and as per the customaries of the 4th Randoli Perahera, he will be walking on white carpets known as Pavada under the large decorated canopy known as the Uduviyana. On this year 2023, we are witnessing the grace of the 1714th Perahera that had begun during the reign of King Kirtishri Meghavarna, who pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year. And this tradition still continues, followed by the succession of many ruling kings, prime ministers, and presidents of our country. Walking up front, with the sound of thundering whips piercing through the skies, are the whip crackers, announcing that the procession has commenced. When looking back at history in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in the Perahera, but now it is the Diyavadana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Perahera. The Perahera is believed to be held in prayer for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahera is structured in a symbolical way that it paints the imagery of a rainfall. Rain would never be showered without the striking sound of thunder, and these whip wielders are the symbolic imagery to depict the sound of lightning and thunder to pay homage to the rain gods, requesting to bless our crops and cultivations with rain. The whipmaster's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in the Kandy Esala Perahera. According to traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even being worth called such. In single file, we see the whip masters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and is made fully out of natural materials known as niaga and navapatta, which indicates how traditions have been preserved and the authentic methods have not changed throughout the parading history of 1714 years. It can be noticed how these whip masters are untying the knots that are formed with the whipping, and that is symbolic to various problems that we face in this journey of life, where we too spend a careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our own walk of the journey of life. And this evening the troop of whip wielders are being led by Mr. Upali Jayaratna. This evening, the fourth Randoli Perahera commenced at the auspicious hour of 6:40 p.m, heading the auspicious direction of south, and the Perahera shall commence from the Dalada Vidya and parade down the Yatinura Vidya, Haras Vidya, Kotugadella Vidya, Kandy Vidya, D.S. Senanayaka Vidya, and conclude ascending the Raja Vidya. An ancient poem translated from the book Sangarajavata recites the story of the Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The kingdom of Senkadagala, the procession of the month of Esala, held from times ago in favor of the gods above, led by the grace of the Buddha, followed by the deities, the Perahera shall perambulate just as the kings did commemorate. Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness the Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in the belief that this practice will ward off any evil from their loved ones and for blessings from the sacred tooth relic. Next in line of the procession, we see the fire acrobats. Rain does not in fact come with thunder alone. Just as lightning flashes across the skies, the procession too has its flashes of light, dancing across the faces of the people lining in the street to watch. These are the fireball dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands with rain. Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with the rain. The turning of fireballs is called Pandam Paliya, which paints the night with varied patterns of light, using both hands and feet, along with thrilling episodes of fire stunts. Back in history, candy and performing arts have been classified into 5 variants, which were known as Wahala Ilangama, Singakkari Ilangama, Tamara Pittukari Ilangama, Natum Ilangama and Kavikara Maduwa. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in the Perahera, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient times till the modern days. The classification of Wahala Ilangama that was mentioned before comprises of acts that create a sense of thrill among the spectators, and the fireball dance we see in front of us is one such example of a performing art that belongs to the Wahala Ilangama. The fireball dance is performed in 3 levels that are known as the Bintalaya or the low level, Madatalaya or the mid level, and the Ahastalaya or the sky level. That is definitely the highlighted episode of the fireball dance that is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance. Oil-soaked racks are tied into an iron wheel which we see here with leather thongs attached to it, and once they are lit, the dancers perform their acrobatic dance by turning the fired wheels fast, gradually increasing its speed to match the real feel of lightning itself. The sun, moon, earth, universe, solar month, night, and day are all cyclic, and the fireball dance highlights these universal cycles while depicting how they burn and cool us in the life circles. The dancers also paint the fiery cycle of samsara that is flooded with desire, ignorance, and anger that are highlighted by the chakras. The splendor of this dance is seen when a large group of them perform simultaneously, merging their various fiery elements into an amazing display of light and heat. The tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with individuals of all ages, from the very young to the very old, taking part in the display of the priceless and cultural heritage of their clans. These fireball dancers are trained by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna of the Ragama Valpola Fireball Dance Academy, who have been performing in the Kandy Esala Perahera for many years. And on this occasion itself, we are seeing not just one but several generations of artists representing the team of fireball dancers. The dancers are seen creating their paintings of fire across the night sky as they move in the procession. For the children, it is fire play, but for the experienced elders, it is a devout and committed fire offering. Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers, who are clad in white national costumes while carrying the most respected flag of Buddhism, preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flags create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion, and as an offering to the great Lord Buddha. A priority of the Kandy Esala Perahera is to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which in here is symbolized by the national flag, which was leading this army of flag bearers. The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent eternal world peace. The colors displayed in the Buddhist flags represent the perfection of Buddhahood and the Dhamma, his preachings. The symbolic identities of these colors are illustrated as blue for universal compassion, yellow for the middle path, red for blessings, white for purity and liberation, and orange for the unshakable wisdom. The Perahera is indeed a great cultural spectacle that infuses both Buddhist and non-Buddhist cultural practices, along with the minute affiliations of elements relating to both Mahayana and Theravada tradition of Buddhism. The most revealing narration of the Esala Perahera is found in the book written by the Chinese pilgrim Fa Hien in the 5th century. The sporadic invasions by the Dravidians resulted in the shift of the Kandian kingdom from Anuradhapura to several destinations, including Polonnaruwa, Damadeniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunagala, Kotte and Gampala. With the final shift of the kingdom to this great city of Kandy, the relics have remained undisturbed, and thereby the Kandy Esala Perahera has been held annually to rejoice and honor the sacred tooth relic. This unique collection of flags in front of us are known as the provincial flags. These include the uniquely designed flags for the 12 states and 9 counties that were under the rule of the ancient Kandian kingdom. It was the tradition that the respective chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, who would participate in the Perahera with their respective flag that is unique to their state, to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this traditional display reminds us on the glory and sovereignty of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, known as the Dasaraja Dharma. The flags seen here could be identified as the Sun and Moon flag of the Satara Koralaya, Lion flag of the Sat Koralaya, White flag of Matale, Silk flag of Sabaragamuwa, Beherunda Pakshiya flag of the Tun Koralaya, Peacock flag of Uwavellassa, and the Lotus flag of Udapalata, which represent the states of Sri Lanka. The cooling breeze that blows from the surroundings from the Udavatta forest on the right and from the Kandy lake on the left certainly creates the feel of how nature too contributes to the Perahera by displaying its unmatched unique forms of beauty to this Perahera that shall surely bless our country. The state flags I mentioned before are followed by the county flags that represent the counties of Wellassa, Bintanna, Tamankaduwa, Udunuwara, Yatinuwara, Dumbara, Hewahata, Kothmale, Udabuladgama and Pathabuladgama. And this troop of flag bearers were represented by the inmates of the Pallekele open prison ground. The same flags we saw before are now being displayed in metallic form, and these are the brass flag bearers who remind us of the proud heritage of the Kandian era. These brass stands are metallic representations of the flags belonging to the 9 ancient states and 12 counties, using its exact same elements that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details, which certainly portray the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience, and energy. In fact, these artists who belong to the Navandanna clan or Gurukulaya were the same ancestors who used to make beautiful gold, silver, and brass ornaments with detailed engravings, embedded with precious gems for the king, and as offerings to the sacred tooth relic and for the procession. The army of officials who are carrying these stands are dressed in a white sarong and turban with an bare upper body, which interestingly symbolizes the energetic lifestyle of our people back then in the ancient times. And they too were chosen to be represented from the ones that were practicing the traditional art of Angam. We are proud that this traditional artistry is still being carried out even after decades in the same exact villages of Kalasirigama and Kalapura that are in the area of Gadaladeniya in the Udunura county, that is still famous for its engravings and architecture. And this evening, the brass stands are represented by Mr. Ajit Mahendra. Walking in great discipline in their calm nature are the army of Swordbearers who provide protection to the Perahera casket. Clad in white sarong and white headdress, this army is seen carrying the race swords, not in warfare, but in a disciplined walk of calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these Swordbearers is the historic the protection that is provided with utmost might to the sacred tooth relic. For those who know about the history of the sacred tooth relic would be patriotically proud of our history and the heroic personalities who always protected the sacred tooth relic with the highest levels of bravery. This troop of swordbearers are being represented by the Angampura martial arts team of the Sri Lanka Air Force. Since the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic had played an important role in local politics, since it was believed that whoever who holds the sacred tooth relic shall hold the governance of the country. And here we see the most magnificent sight of the Perahera, which is the arrival of the very first elephant, who will be carrying the Peramunerala. It is the norm of the Perahera that the Peramunerala is the first person on elephant back, and neither a person on elephant back or elephant are permitted to parade before the Peramunerala, and this tusker leading the procession this evening is Pulatisi Raja, belonging to the Sri Dalada Maligawa stable of elephants. Pulatisi Raja is in fact a Burmese tusker who was gifted to Sri Lanka by the former President of Sri Lanka, Honorable Mr. Maithripala Sirisena, in the year 2017. This is the arrival of the very first Havisi troupe that represents the official musical ensemble who are permanently seconded to the service of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. And to know more about Havisi and all of the traditional dancing that we will be seeing in this evening's Perahera, we have with us in the studio the veteran traditional dance artist, Mr. Ravi Bandhu Vidyapati. We would like to warmly welcome you to the session.
Thank you. Havisi, the avant-garde group of drummers representing the traditional orchestra of the Sinhala music, known as the Panchaturya Nada, the fivefold musical instrument. The cymbal players dancing their way through, while the horn players blow the serene tone of the Gajaga Vannama. This is the Daula, the traditional cylindrical drum that is played along with Tammatama, the two-faced kettle drum, we see the master drummers passing by, the leading lineages who were assigned by the ancient kings the duty of paying homage to the sacred tooth relic. The Tammatama players accompanying the Daula, making variations on the main beat played by the Daula. It is this leading ensemble of drummers who set the rhythm and the tempo of the entire Perahera, which marches through and maintains the unbroken momentum of the Perahera. Ihalawala, Molagoda, Uduwela and Malagammana are the four main ancestral lineages who have been keeping the tradition of doing the Tevava or the traditional sound offering to the tooth relic.
Riding on the second tusker is the Gajan Kilam, the royal official in charge of the king's troop of elephants. And this evening the Gajan Kilam is on the mount of the tusker Sindhu, belonging to the most venerable Mahanayaka Thero of the Malvatta monastic order, Venerable Tibbatuave Sri Siddhartha Sumangala Thero. Sindhu is a tusker who was born in the Pinnavala Elephant Conservation Centre in the year 2006 and was gifted to the Mahanayaka Thero in the year 2009 by the former President of Sri Lanka, Mr. Mahinda Rajapaksha. And now we see the Bulat Pade dance that is represented by the Sri Dalada Maligawa School of Dance.
Bulat Pade is a classical dance from the ancient ritual of Kohba Kankari, adapted to the Kandy Perahera. This dance represents an offering and welcome. Holding a handful of beet leaves, the Bulat Pade dancers in red, white and gold costumes are dancing to the accompaniment of the Gatta Biral. The dancers maintaining the deep Mandiya stance are paying homage and welcoming. The triple gem, the gods and deities, and also the audience.
On the mount of the third tusker, we see an official carrying a Buddhist flag to symbolize the Buddhist atmosphere of this Perahera, and he is on the mount of the tusker Burumaraja, belonging to the Sri Dalada Maligawa stable of elephants. Burumaraja is also a Burmese tusker who was gifted to Sri Lanka in the year 2007 by the former Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ratnasiri Wickramanayake. And next, we see the Malpadea dance performance that is represented by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara, Mr. W.M. Dayananda.
These dancers dance with a coconut flower in hand. A coconut flower is considered as a symbol of prosperity in Sri Lankan culture. Also, the tender coconut leaves are used to decorate ritual arena. Malpadaya is also adapted to the Perahera from the traditional Kuhna Kalkari ritual. Malpadaya consists of complex rhythm patterns is usually danced by a group of performers and is also accompanied by chanting.
Here we see the great elephant Banda, belonging to the Honourable Diyavadara Nilame of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, Pradeep Nilangadala. Banda takes part in the Kandy Esala Perahera all the way from the village of Dala in Ratnapura and is noted for his majestic stance with his raised head. Following Banda, we are now seeing the Chamara dance performance that is trained by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College in Kandy.
The Chamara dance with the large white tussle is a popular folk dance that symbolizes fanning. This was a regular performance at the royal court in the past, and today it symbolically represents the providing of comforts to the sacred tooth relic. It is mentioned in our classical literature of the 16th century that a white tussle in motion and the majestic elephants are considered auspicious signs.
this is the arrival of the Tusker Raju, belonging to the most venerable Mahanayaka Thero of the Askiriya monastic order, Venerable Warakagoda Sri Gnanaratana Thero. Raju was born in the year 2006 in the Pinnavala Elephant Orphanage and was gifted to the Mahanayaka Thero of the Askiriya chapter in the year 2009 by the former President of Sri Lanka, Mr. Mahinda Rajapaksha. And next, we are seeing the Nayandi dance troupe that is being represented by Mr. Vasantha Gunatilaka and Mr. Vasantha Rajangana.
Nayandi is the name of this particular costume, which consists of part of the traditional Vis costume, which omits the elaborate crowning headgear. Just finished a movement unit known as Kasturaba, which is the ending phase of a long set of steps. This elaborate costume, which consists of the white drapery, the beadwork worn on the chest, is a major part of the traditional Ves costume. Ves is the main dance form of the Kandian region and the most elaborate dance performed in the Kandy Perahera. The Nayandi outfit is what is worn by amateur dancers before having the ceremony of crowning with the silver headgear.
Here we see the arrival of the tallest elephants who will take part in the Dalada Perahera this evening. On one side we see the elephant Taraka belonging to Mr. Kularatna Wijetunga of the Kaduweda Street Rankadu Pattini Devalaya, and on the other side we see the elephant Gajaba belonging to Mr. Ranjit Vijayasinghe of the Moranwatha Kali Devalaya in Yakkala. On the mounts of Taraka and Gajaba we are seeing two officials carrying Burmese flags to symbolize the Buddhist relationship that Sri Lanka shares with Burma. Next, we are seeing the Savarang dance performance that is represented this evening by the Nalanda Buddhist College.
Savarang dance is a popular folk dance which is found all over Sri Lanka and is usually performed by very young dancers. Savarama is also an instrument that can be identified as an instrument of fanning, providing comfort to the sacred tooth relic.
The illuminated citadel of Kandy is here to welcome the 4th Randoli Perahera, the 9th consecutive day of the 1714th Kandy Esala Perahera that is taking place this year for the year 2024. Following the Savrang dancers, we are seeing yet another majestic elephant who is taking part in this evening's 4th Randoli Perahera. This is none other than the great elephant Saliya, belonging to Venerable Urulavathe Sri Dhammarakkhita Thero, the chief incumbent of the Mahiyangana Rajamahaviharaya. Saliya is in fact one of the most prominent elephants who will be taking part in the Dalada Perahera this evening, where he has been a participant of this great event since his childhood, and today he is one of the most experienced and most majestic elephants who will be taking part in the Dalada Perahera. Next we see a Thalam dance troupe, a Pathuru dance troupe that is represented by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara.
Yes, we see a group of Thalam dancers advancing to the beat of the Kandyan drum. Thalam is the small hand cymbal that is used usually to keep time for dances, music and traditional singing of Sri Lanka. And the Pathuru dancers here, striking the Pathura or the wooden stick against their bodies, make a clapping sound.
This troupe of Patru dancers have been represented by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of the Sri Dalada Maligawa troupe of dance.
In keeping with the traditions of the folk dancers, these young dancers perform simple but elegant movements and steps to the accompaniment of the Kandian drum and the flute.
Advancing ahead are two elephants belonging to two distinguished temples in which Lord Buddha has visited himself during his 3 visits to Sri Lanka. On one side we see the elephant Madhu belonging to the Mutiyangana Rajamaha Vihara's chief incumbent, Venerable Murundeniye Dhammaratana Thero, and on the other side we see the elephant Ratna belonging to the Palmadulla Rajamaha Vihara's chief incumbent, Venerable Bengamuye Dhammadinna Thero. Next, we see a Pantheru dance performance that has been represented by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri of the Upcountry Dance Faculty.
Pantheru is the circular brass frame instrument with small cymbals fixed onto it to give a subtle metallic trill as it shakes. The Pantheru was originally used to keep the beat in the singing or the chanting by the singers of the Chamber of Versifiers. Since the 18th century, this dance has been developed into a semi-classical dance form and is considered a popular dance which was developed within an essentially Buddhist culture. There are the traditional families who handed this dance form down from generation to generation. The families can be identified as Urapola, Alapalawa, Kadigamuwa, Patha Hewahata and Verake, the villages from which these traditional dance families are hailing from.
Carrying a metallic canopy is an official that is riding on the tusker Mian Kumara, belonging to Venerable Bellangwila Dhammaratana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Bellangwila Rajamaha Vihara. Mian Kumara, as the name suggests, is a tusker that was gifted from Myanmar in the year 2013 from the government of Burma.
We now see the Raban Karakavima. Although it is commonly called the Raban dance, this act is in fact a sport known as Raban Kridava, as it is referred to in the traditional literature of Sri Lanka. It involves the skills of spinning and balancing the tambourines or the small hand drums on the performer's fingers and on the tip of a long flexible stick. Rabana is a traditional drum, a one-eyed traditional drum found in Sri Lanka, and there are several types of Rabanas: the Karakavana Rabana, the spinning Rabana, the hand or the Viridu Rabana that accompanies the Viridu type of songs, and there is also the large bench Rabana, which is played during the New Year's festival.
And this troupe of Raban acrobats have been represented by Mr. Aryapala Vijayaman.
These skills and art forms have been handed down from generation to generation from the traditional families who have been taking forth these traditional arts. The peak of the entire performance is what we are seeing now. The young boy who spins the little Raban drums and balancing it on a set of sticks. While one set is held by the mouth another set held in one hand, and the right hand finally spins a single rabana.
The sight of elephants in the Perahera is truly what mesmerizes most of the people that are lining up the street to watch this great spectacle event. Walking up front is the elephant Kandulavira, belonging to Venerable Kanangamanara Thero, the chief incumbent of the Sankapitti Vihara in Kaduvela. Kandulavira was in fact the mascot of the Sri Lanka army back in the year 1984 and was gifted to the temple by the minister Mr. Vimal Veeravansha in the year 2013. And here we see the arrival of the Tammettam dance ensemble represented by Mr. Sujit Anand.
Tammettam is one of the main percussion instruments of Sri Lanka's traditional music. This drum belongs to the Vitata category of instruments, which is played with the two sticks known as kadippu. The main panikya or the main drummer performed what is known as Vitata Natum of the 9 types of Sri Lankan traditional dance forms that are performed with this instrument, Tammettam. drummers advance in a step known as Tung Adia. These rhythm patterns are known as Gaman Hevisi, the rhythms that accompany the walking instrumentalists. Enhanced with highly codified playing techniques, these rhythm patterns are verbally utterable. Every single stroke or every single sound can be verbally recited.
We now see representations of two young female elephants representing two of the most prominent Buddhist temples in Colombo. On one side we see the elephant Ganga, belonging to the Hunupitiya Gangarama Temple's chief incumbent, Venerable Kirinde Assajithero, and on the other side we see the elephant Devmini, belonging to Venerable Boralande Vajranana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Sambodhi Vihara in Colombo. In fact, when two elephants or more walk together in a perahera, it's known as an atpantiya, which is a technique that is used to elaborate the beauty of a perahera. And following the two young girls, Ganga and Devmini, we will now be seeing the mixed folk dance that has been represented by Mr. P.C.B. Vijaysurya.
The mixed folk dance or the Mishra Gaminatuma. This dance is a somewhat recent formation of the traditional folk dances, combining different dance forms such as Likeli, the stick dance, Talam, the cymbal dance, Savarang, the tussle dance, and Chamara, also another form of tussle dance. Rabana, the small hand drum, Likeli, the playing sticks, Talam, the hand cymbals, and Chamara, the tussled sticks, are represented here. within the confines of the traditional Kandian moves, these young dancers make variations, choreographic variations in the Mishra Gaminatuma. With their young and energetic movements.
Following the mixed folk dance, we are seeing the arrival of two young elephants who shall take part in the Perahera. We see the elephant Suddhi belonging to Mr. Premasiri Kaluarachi of Habrana, alongside with the elephant Kanchana belonging to Mr. Udara Galapatti of Giriyulla. Next, we are seeing a Likeli dance performance that is represented by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of the Chandananda Buddhist College in Kandy.
Likeli, the traditional stick dance. This popular folk dance, though found all over Sri Lanka, this particular dance represents the essentially Kandian variety of the same, to the accompaniment of the Gataberaya and Tammattama. This dance also symbolizes the combat between the sword fighters, the great warriors of our proud past. Vigorous movements, the kicks, spins and turns represent the vigor of the sword fighters. These young dancers have started their training with folk dance forms and are now in the threshold of being ceremonially adorned as classical dancers. And in the near future, they will be performing the classical dance items in the Perahera.
Following that beautiful dance performance, we are seeing the arrival of two female elephants. On one side, the elephant Sita belonging to Mrs. Nilanthi Veerasinghe of Meerugama, and on the other side we see the elephant Kumari belonging to Mr. Asanka Vijayasinghe of Balangoda. And on the mounts of Kumari and Sita we see two officials carrying Burmese flags, once again to represent the Buddhist relationship shared between the countries Sri Lanka and Burma. The illuminated citadel of Kandy is cooled by the breeze of the Kirimuhuda or the Kandy lake and protected by the great Udawatha forest, as we are witnessing the 9th day of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024 with the 4th Randoli Perahera.
Now see another group of Panteru dancers. Panteru is essentially a Buddhist dance form that grew within the surroundings of the rich and fertile Buddhist cultural atmosphere. Hence, all the ceremonies of this dance form consist of songs and chants glorifying the virtues of the Buddha. This troupe of Panteru dancers are being trained by Mr. Palita Apgoda. Among the many common names that are given for elephants in Sri Lanka, Rani is quite a popular name, and both of these elephants we see here are Rani. One of these Rani belonging to Mr. S.M. Samaranayaka of the Velamboda Kande Devale in Gampala, and the other Rani belonging to the late Mr. Richard Gonakubura of Balangoda. Next we are seeing a Thalam dance performance, and this troupe of Thalam dancers are being trained by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna
of the Chandananda Buddhist College in Kandy.
Thalam is also a popular folk dance found in many parts of Sri Lanka. And this particular variety is the Thalam dance found in the Kandian regions, as it accompanies the Gataberaya or the drum, synonymous with all forms of Kandian dances. The predominant feature of this Thalam dance is making the constant yet complex beating patterns with the two hand cymbals. The word Thala literally means striking and is also used in the modern times to mean rhythm.
Here we see the arrival of the elephant Mali, belonging to Mr. Chatura Vikramanayaka of Horana. In fact, this elephant Mali was one of the most prominent elephants of the Kandy Esala Perahera during her youth, being the official flanking elephant or the Dala elephant of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devala Perahera back then, but now relaxed in the Dalada Perahera segment. we see the arrival of the sword dance, and this sword dance has been trained by Mr. Hasindu Gunawardana of the Upcountry Dance Faculty.
Yet another folk dance that represents the sword fighters with the sword and the shield in hand. They represent movements used in traditional Sri Lankan sword fights. Woven into traditional Kandian dance movements, while the dancers make movements of fighting and defending, the music represents the tunes of traditional war songs.
An elephant taking part in the Kandy Esala Perahera all the way from the north central province from Polonnaruwa. This is the elephant Vijitaraja, belonging to Venerable Dibulagala Rahula Alankarathero, the chief incumbent of the Dibulagala Aranya Senasaya in Polonnaruwa. And next we are seeing the second group of Nayandi dancers, who are led by Mr. Saman Nilvitha.
The costume of the Nayandi dancers does consist of long draperies, silver and bead ornaments, namely the Ulludaya, Nisansangala, the two puffy frills on either side which the dancers hold while dancing, the hand ornaments on the shoulders known as Urabahu, the bead ornament on the chest known as Aul Haraya, a special feature of this costume is the ornament the dancers wear on their waist, which resembles the head ornaments worn by the elephants, and this is known as Inahadaya. It is customary that the dancers perform a climactic dance, then falling back to the serene movement and singing immediately after. And in traditional Sri Lankan dance forms, it is a main feature that the dancer sings and chants while dancing.
This is the leader of the Sri Dalada Maligawa stable of elephants, Indiraja, who is one of the most promising casket bearers of the Kandy Esala Perahera. We saw him carrying the relic casket over the past few days and today having some break, walking ahead of the ceremonial tuskers in this 4th Randoli Perahera. Next we see a Udakki dance performance that is trained by Mr. M.B. Tennakon.
Yet another traditional dance using the small hourglass-shaped hand drum, Udakki. This drum was also initially used to give rhythmic accompaniment to the panegyric songs in the Kavikara Madu, or the chamber of the versifiers, and later was adapted as a dance in Buddhist ritual ceremonies. It is worth notifying that unlike in the other dances in the Perahera, the Udakki dancers do not use accompanying drummers separately, but they dance to the beat of the Udakkiya which they carry in their hands.
Following the Udakki dance troupe, we are seeing a trio of elephants walking together. In the middle, it is the Tusker Court Teraja belonging to Venerable Alutnura Anuruddha Thero, the chief incumbent of the historic Court Teraja Mahavihara. And accompanying Court Teraja, we have the elephant Hettimulle Raja belonging to Mrs. Sita Senanayaka Mallava of Hettimulla in Kegol, and the elephant Punchibanda belonging to Mrs. Vijayanti Perahera of Horana. We are just about to see the pinnacle moment of the Dalada Perahera as we shall approach the arrival of the sacred relic casket being carried reverentially by the royal tuskers. While we shall await for this moment, you could witness the beauty of the Kandian city being lit up to welcome this procession. And now we see the very first West Dance troupe of the Sri Dalada Maligawa procession this evening that is tasked with escorting the way for the ceremonial troupe of elephants. And this troupe is being represented by the dance artists of Ishanta Ihalavela and Lasantha Vansekara.
The grand and elaborate dance of the Kandy Perahera. The West dance is performed here in a serene, slow, and profound manner with heavy steps of the Gajaga Vannam. The West dance, which has three regional variations known as Mahanwara, Satkurla and Saptakurla. These dances represent the very Kandian style or the Mahanwara tradition of West dance. It is mandatory that these dancers do not turn their backs to the sacred tusker with the elaborate reliquary as they perform the Gajaga Vannam in honor of the sacred tooth relic. The Gajaga Vannam which they sing here is descriptive of the majestic gait of the elephant.
We see the Karya Karavana Korala of the Sri Dalada Maligawa walking with great pride as he will be proceeding the royal tusker carrying the relic casket surrounding the tune of Nagasingham. Which would you like to comment on that, Mr. Sir?
Yes, Nagasingham is an ensemble that consists of the South Indian temple drums, Nadaswaram and Tavilu. And also we now see
This is the royal tusker who shall be carrying the Perahera relic casket in the 4th Randoli Perahera, walking on top of the Pavada and under the Mutukudaya or the Malviyana is the tusker Vasana belonging to the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devala in Kataragama. Vasana is accompanied by the tuskers Miyan Raja and Singha Raja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa stable of elephants.
Here we see the members of the Chamber of Versifiers. The Chamber of Versifiers chanting panegyries in the form of virtues of the Buddha. In the past, they sang panegyries to the kings. Today, they sing the virtues of the Buddha.
Now we see the group of devotees who will be carrying flowers and lamps in devotion to Lord Buddha. And this team is represented by Mr. Samantha Pereira. The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahera. A plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and modest behavior that is expected out of a true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see out of these devotees. There are several forms of offering that Sri Lankan Buddhists pledge as puja towards the Buddha, and one of its prominent offerings are flowers and incense sticks, which offer fragrance to the Buddha, and oil lamps which offer light. Here we see both flowers and lamps in the hands of these devotees, which interpret this episode of the Perahera as an offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic casket. We shall now be seeing the arrival of the second West Dance troupe of the Sri Dalada Maligawa procession, and this troupe of West dancers is tasked with escorting the way for the Diyavadana Nilame, and this troupe of West dancers have been represented by the artists Mr. Sanjeeva Verapitiya and Mr. Peter Surasena.
The outfit of the West dancers is considered to have been what is worn by the legendary King Malaya as their regalia. Then the godly ornaments and costume of God Kohombo. Most significant movement of the Kandyan dance, the Gaman Matre. Ancient non-Buddhist origin, this dance form has today assumed a completely Buddhist form. Even the costume of the West dancer is considered sacred. As the topmost part of the headgear is in the form of a stupa. between two lines are playing variations of the same rhythm, combining the bass and the high sound of the Kandian drum.
We now see the lay custodian of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, the 19th Diyavadana Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala, who walks with utmost pride and majesty while bringing in a true sense of ancient royalty to this Perahera. The Diyavadana Nilame is a royal official who granted water to the kings in history and is now designated as the lay protector of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha. The Diyavad Nilame walked under the Mutupudaya or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by his army of guards and followed by the Vidane or the chieftains of the 10 associated villages with the Sri Dalada Maligawa. And that marks the end of the procession of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, and here we commence the procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. The Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is located right in front of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated towards Lord Natha, and one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The procession of the Natha Devalaya is the first to follow the Dalada Perahera due to the belief that God Natha is next in line to attain Buddhahood. We see the troop of Buddhist flag bearers being preceded by the state flag of Matale to symbolize the birthplace of the current Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy. And this troop of Buddhist flag bearers are being represented by the Civil Defence Authority of Pallekele. The premises of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is recognized as the Jaya Bhumiya, or the land with luck, since the time of our ancestors, based on the indication by a Brahmin named Senkanda. According to this legend, this sage Senkanda has once visited this land and witnessed a rabbit being chased by a pack of wolves. and with a flick of a moment, the rabbit had managed to change the entire pack of wolves by itself as it entered this land. Interestingly, it was because of this same Brahmin that evolved the name of Senkadagala to this city of Kandy. Here we see the arrival of the official Hevisi troupe of the Sri Mahanatha Devala in Kandy. That's represented by Mr. S.Y.G. Vijayasena.
The Natha Devala ensemble of Hevisi drummers advancing in simple steps to the sound of Gaman Hevisi, the rhythms compatible with the drummer's walk. The Horanava, or the traditional Sri Lankan horn, plays the melody of the Gajaga Vandama. We see the leading masters with their official ornaments, the tassels that were presented to them by the ancient kings, advancing. As I mentioned earlier, all these rhythm patterns can be verbally recited. This particular drum rhythm goes as The particular step that they perform while walking is known as Tungadiya and is the signature step for all the drummers in the Perahera.
procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya with the official carrying the flag of Senkadagala will be this majestic elephant Rohana belonging to Mr. Varuna Kannangara of Horana. It's interesting to note that the elephants of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya will be dressed in the color yellow to symbolize the color affiliation to God Natha. And next we are seeing a Likeli dance troupe that is trained by Mr. Upali Dharmaratna.
Fast and virile in their movements, the young dancers represent the combat of the sword fighters. This dance can also be identified as Talanatum of the 9 categories of dance found in Sinhala dance traditions. The Talanatum are the dance forms that represent the rhythmic glamour of the dances. The beating of the sticks, emphasizing on the main beats of the rhythm cycle. We see the second group of Thammattam players in the Perahera.
And this troupe of Thammattam instrumentalists are also represented by Mr. Jagat from Ridigama. And I believe this is also the same from the Asuranada family, the Asuranada lineage, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it?
They are indeed the representatives of the Asuranada lineage of Thammattam players. The drum Thammattam is also known as Pukuru Beraya, as it has 2 kettle-like drums bound together in a bunch. And these traditional art forms have been kept alive by great lineages like Asuranada or Ridigama, are still living arts in Sri Lanka.
Carrying the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, who is in charge of the elephants that are taking part in the procession of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy. This elephant is Bibila, belonging to Mr. Udara Galapatti of Kiriyulla. we are seeing a Pantheru dance troupe that is trained by Mr. Ruwan Marasinghe.
Pantheru is a dance form that came into being in the 18th century as a mainly Buddhist dance form that was nurtured within a Buddhist cultural atmosphere. Ritual ceremonies such as Suvisi Vivarana, Sat Satya, Sapta Suryodgamana have paved way for this beautiful dance form. The entire Perahera is a religious performance and is performed to pay homage to the sacred tooth relic. Usually the acrobatics are not entertained in these Peraheras.
Next we see the Savarang dance performance that is trained by Mr. Dilshan Sharika.
With the tussles, the dancers perform picturesque formations in the Savarang dance. And of the 9 types of traditional Sri Lankan dance, the Savarang can be identified as that representing the Rupa Natum or picturesque dances. It is interesting to note that while classical dances like Ves, Pantheru, Udakki are performed in 2 lines in a profound manner, the folk dances like Savarang, Likeli, Paturu are using varieties of formations and exhibit playful moods.
This is the elephant Sudu Mahathya belonging to the Colombo Fort Magistrate, Mr. Tilina Sulochana Gamage. Next we will be seeing the Paturu dance troupe that is trained by the artist Neil Chaminda.
Patura is a wooden instrument that produces a clapping sound. The main feature of this dance is to strike the instrument on the dancer's body.
As we are approaching the climax of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, let us take a moment to witness the beauty of the citadel of Kandy being illuminated to welcome this evening's majestic Perahera.
As the Paturu dance also represents a form of martial arts. The melodies played on the flute are also representing the tunes of the war songs.
Here we see the Udaki dance performance trained by Mr. Dhammika Bandara Thenakon.
The Udaki dancers dancing their way through to their own accompaniment, rhythmic accompaniments produced on the small hourglass shaped hand drum Udaki. The very special way of handling and playing on the Udaki is learned through the 5 main rhythm patterns that belong to the Udaki style of playing, which is known as Donta Paha. The 5 dong sounds that are the 5 dong rhythms that are produced on the Udaki.
Visiting all the way from the south of Sri Lanka, this is the elephant Lasanda belonging to the Devinura Upulwan Vishnu Devalaya.
We now see the next group of Nayandi dancers approaching.
And this troupe of Nayandi dancers have been trained by Mr. Indika Pradeep Velikubura. sight of the full moon hinting us that the Nikini full moon poet day is just around the corner in just few hours more. And the Nikini full moon poet day is the commemoration of the grand Randoli Perahera that we shall be witnessing tomorrow.
The dancers performing the classical traditional movement known as Siv Adiya. Advancing now is yet another group of Rabang dancers.
This troupe of Rabang dancers have been trained by Mr. Anjana Gamge.
The history of Rabana goes back to the time of King Vijayabha of the 12th century AD.
Here we reach the pinnacle of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera as we shall witness the ceremonial elephants carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Natha. And this trio of elephants are being welcomed by the West Dance troupe, which in here is led by Mr. Asanka Karunaratna.
The next group of West dancers performing the Gamam Matreya. modulations and the dynamics created by the drum sound is what gives the stimulation and the inspiration for the dancers to move in serene or virile manners.
This evening, the ceremonial elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya will be Arjuna, belonging to Venerable Karatota Panyasiha Thero, the chief incumbent of the Vyaurukanla Rajamahawihara in the Kwella, who was accompanied by the elephant Kueni, belonging to Mr. Mahinda Millangoda of Kegol, and the elephant Bandara, belonging to Mr. Ishanka Tilakaratna of Randeniya. And here we see the arrival of the second West troop of the Sri Mahanatha Esala Perahera, who will be escorting the way for the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Deval in Kandy. And this troupe of West dancers will be led by the veteran artist Vishuddhi Verapitya.
Taku jing jing taka tari kita kuku taka. The rhythm pattern that leads the dancers. This is one of the typical significant movements of the Kandian West dancers, which is known as Narumatra, as they hold the two pleated frills on either side. It is customary that the West dancers perform certain specific movements that focus parts of their costumes, such as Todupat Matra for the ears, Naru Matra for the frills, or Urabahu Matra for the shoulders, or Hasta Matra for the hands.
This is the arrival of the Honorable Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahanatha Deval in Kandy, Basnayak Nilame Honorable A.W.S. Bandaranayaka, who shall walk by himself in the fourth Randoli Perahera. He will be walking under the pearl umbrella known as the Muthukudaya, surrounded by his army of guards and followed by the chieftains or the Vidanes of the affiliated villages to the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy. While that marks the end of the Sri Mahanatha Devala Perahera, here we come to the beginning of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera.
Buddhism has accommodated gods and deities, especially of Hinduism. Hence, Vishnu is considered as a Buddhist god, and he is also known as Upulvan, the god of blue lotus. We believe that he is the custodian of Sri Lanka.
Leading the way of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera are the state flag bearers represented by the Civil Defence Authority. And just like you correctly mentioned, it is believed by the Sri Lankan godly folklore that Lord Vishnu is the protector of Sri Lanka. And the reason why we see state flags over here is that to symbolize the fact that Lord Vishnu will be overlooking each and every one of these states.
The blue sashes represent the color of God Vishnu, as he is known as the blue god.
We see the lavishly costumed elephant in blue, leading the way in the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, carrying the official with the sun and moon flag. This official is on the mount of the elephant Muthu, belonging to Venerable Murundeniya Dhammaratana Thero, the chief incumbent of the Muthiyangan Rajamahavihara in Badulla. Here we see the official heavy troop of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy that is represented by Mr. Saman Narmegidara.
Accompanying the tune of the Gajaga Vannama, the Daul and Thammatam players play the renowned Gaman Matraya. Talampata, the hand cymbals, Horanava, the traditional Sri Lankan horn, and Daula and Thammattam. tasseled ornament of the four main panikyas or the master drummers represent their connection to the ancient times of the kings. The swaying Tungadiya or the Gaman Matraya to the accompaniment of the Gaman Hevisi Padaya or the rhythm of the walking drummers.
This is the Gajan Kilam of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy, the royal official appointed to be delegated as the responsible person for the elephants taking part in the procession of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy. And this elephant is official, is on the mount of the elephant Suranimala, belonging to the Alutnura Sri Dadimunda Devalaya. And now, following Suranimala, we will be seeing a troupe of Likeli dancers.
The blue-clad Likeli dancers paying their homage in virile, fast and vigorous movements to God Vishnu.
The Dalada Vidya is just radiated in the shades of blue as we are seeing the procession of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya taking part right now. This troupe of Likeli dancers have been trained by Mr. Lakmal Veerasinghe and Mr. Chamat Madhushankar of the Helakala Aesthetic. I beg your pardon, the Helakala Aesthetic Academy. And now we see the arrival of a very special flag, which is known as the Savaram Kodiya, of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya, and it is on the mount of the elephant Bandara belonging to Mr. Sisira Samarakone of Polgahawela. This is the Pantheru dance troupe of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy, and is represented by Mr. K.G. Dharmasiri.
As it was mentioned earlier that this dance form was nurtured in a completely Buddhist atmosphere, it is noticeable or worth notifying that the black cloth wrapped around the back of the dancers are in the shape of a bow leaf. The bow tree is one of the main symbols of Buddhist culture.
Due to the shortage of elephants that we experience in country, the Pinnavalla Elephant Orphanage shares some of their elephants in the Kandy Esala Perahera, and that is one such example, who is Gamunu Kandula, representing the Pinnavalla Elephant Conservation Centre. And now, following Gamunu Kandula, we will be seeing another troupe of dancers, and this is in fact a Savarang dance troupe. And this team of Savarang will be trained by Mr. Ruwan Taldhagoda of the Nityatal Aesthetic Academy. With the picturesque movements of the blue-clad Savarang dancers, the background music of the flute combines to play traditional tunes and popular tunes of today, which enhance the rhythmic pattern of the drums. The next elephant of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera will be carrying officials with a snake head canopy, and this is the elephant Muthu belonging to Mr. Indika Mudunkot of Manikin. Following Muthu, we are seeing a Nayandi dance troupe, and this troupe of Nayandi dancers will be trained by Mr. Sirisena Nittavela.
The name Nittavela is very special to us Sri Lankans because most probably an ancestor of Guru Sirisena Nittavela, it was Nittawala Gunaya Gurunanse, the famed dancer from Sri Lanka, was one of the first to take the traditional Kandian dance overseas. The rhythm patterns that accompany these elaborate dances are emanating from 4 basic sounds of the Kandian drum, and they are Tat, Jit, Tong, Nam, which in turn produce hundreds of elaborate and complex rhythm patterns.
This is the elephant Chuti belonging to Mr. Bharat Amaratunga of Meegoda. Following Chuti we are seeing another troupe of Nayandi dancers. I believe we saw several Nayandi dance performances in the Perahera this evening, isn't it?
This is a group of Udaki dancers, and
I beg your pardon, it is an Udaki dance performance that is trained by Mr. Kondadeniye Samansiri.
Unlike the previous Udaki dance groups, this group uses the Kandian drum also as accompaniment to the Udaki dances. Udakia, the hourglass-shaped drum, is found all over the world. And this is the Sri Lankan Udakia with beautiful yellow and red lacquer work.
Following the Udaki dance, this elephant we will be now seeing is Sanju, belonging to Mr. Jagat Pitana of Matugama. Following Sanju, here we reach the pinnacle of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, the chief tusker carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu, who has been welcomed by the troupe of West dancers. And these West dancers have been trained by Mr. Sarath Ekanayaka.
The costume of the West dancers consists of 32 parts. That is exactly half of the 64-part regalia of an ancient king. Can we comment on the sound that we are hearing? We are hearing the Tabboru music that is walking ahead of the requillaries of Lord Vishnu. The Nadaswaram and the Tabboru. Tabboru is a large cylindrical drum that is also accompanying the Nadaswaram or Nagasinam, the long horn.
We see the chief trustee of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy walking ahead, and he is being followed by the Tusker Rama belonging to the late Mr. Tudor Gunasekara of Heyantuduwa, who will be carrying the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu this evening in the 4th Randoli Perahera. Rama will be accompanied by the elephant Rani belonging to Mr. Deepthi Kumara of Biyagama, and the elephant Vasana belonging to Mrs. Krishanti Alapatha of Ratnapura. And let us take this moment to feel our devotion towards Lord Vishnu. This is the second troop of West dancers of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala Perahera, and this troop will be represented by Mr. Kondadeniya Samansiri once again. And this troop of West dancers is tasked with paving the way for the arrival of the Basnayaka Nilame.
It is believed that the 32 parts of the West dancer are overlooked by different deities who appear as guardians for each single part of the costume.
And this evening, representing the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy, we have the Basnayak Nilame of the Lanka Tilaka Vishnu Devalaya, who is Basnayak Nilame Priyantha Amanugama, who shall be walking under the pearl umbrella surrounded by the gods. And that marks the end of the Sri Mahavishnu Esala Perahera on this 4th Randoli procession. And here begins the procession of the Sri Mahakataragama Esala Perahera that shall now follow.
According to some literal sources, the Buddha entrusted God Kataragama the task of protecting Buddhism in Sri Lanka. God Kataragama is the Hindu god of war, hence the color red is associated with him. And today we worship God Kataragama as a Buddhist god.
Leading the way of the procession of the Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya is the Buddhist Flag Bearers, represented by the Civil Defence Authority of Pallekele. The Sri Mahakataragama Devala in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy. And here we see the first Hevisi troop, or rather the official Hevisi troop of the Sri Mahakataragama Devala in Kandy, which is being represented by Mr. P.V. James of the Badulla Shanika Aesthetic Academy.
Ever since the advent of the Bodhi sapling in Sri Lanka and then the sacred tooth relic of the Buddha, it has been an unbroken tradition in Sri Lanka to pay sound offerings to the Bodhi sapling and the sacred tooth relic.
Lord Kataragama, or the god of war, is a divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara, Kartikeya, or Murugan in South Indian tradition, and as Kandasuridun, Kadira, or Kataragama Deviyu in his Sri Lankan cult. he is considered as one of the most powerful deities, who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands, who sits on the peacock with its consorts, Walli Amman and Tewani Amman. Here we see the arrival of the very first elephant of the Sri Maha Kataragama Esala Perahera, and this elephant is Esala, belonging to Venerable Katugastota Sarada Thero, the chief incumbent of the Pirisyala Senanayaka Mudalindarama temple. Next up, we are seeing a Pantheru dance performance, and this dance troupe is trained by Mr. Lakmal Veerasinghe of the Helakala Aesthetic Academy.
There are traditional songs and chants associated with the Pantheru dance. Suvisi Vivaranaya, one of them, describes how the Bodhisattva obtained permission and declaration of the 24 previous Buddhas to attain the Gautama Buddhahood. It is believed by the Sri Lankan folks that the Pantheru is also associated with goddess Pattini. The handling of the Pantheru is a very special task which needs special training.
This is the Gajan Kilam of the Sri Maha Kataragama Esala in Kandy, who is assigned the royal duty in charge of the elephants taking part in this procession of god Kataragama, and the official is on the mount of the elephant Podiraja belonging to Mr. Chamila Bandaranayaka of Gannoruwa. Here we have the Savarang dance troupe that is being trained by Mr. A. Suraj Madhushan Perera, representing the Divyanjali Aesthetic Academy.
As god Kataragama is associated with the color red, here we see the prominent color of these costumes that the Savarang dancers wear are red. The Savarang dancers create picturesque movements in simple advancing moves that create a typical Perahera choreography.
It is interesting to see the arrival of two more elephants taking part in the Perahera. On one side, we see the elephant Hesara belonging to Mr. Ajit Gallage alongside with the elephant Hiruni, who also belongs to Mr. Ajit Gallage in Hambantota. This is the Thalam dance troupe that is trained by Mr. Kondadeniye Samansiri of the Vasala Rajasirita Aesthetic Academy.
A very young student, group of very young students performing the Thalam dance, beating the hand cymbals on the main beats of the drum rhythms. Another group of Paturu dancers advancing.
And this team of Paturu dancers have been trained by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka of the Hasitha Ramanayaka Aesthetic Academy.
it is interesting to note that this group of Paturu dancers involve not only Kandyan movements but other movements from various traditions, various styles of Sri Lankan dance.
In just a few minutes more, we are about to take a complete shift in the taste of the Kandy Esala Perahera as we approach the Hindu-style dance performances. Isn't it so?
The Kavadi dance, typical of the Katharagama Perahera, and this dance is strongly associated with the cult of god Katharagama. The dancers use the kavadi, the decorative ornament which they carry usually on their shoulders, and the weapons belonging to god Shiva and god Katharagama. The trident, the trishul of Shiva and the spear of Katharagama. God Katharagama is the son of Shiva and Parvati.
This troupe of Kavadi dancers are represented by Mr. Indika Prasad Kulatunga.
The six faces of God Katharagama represent six different qualities of the God. Wisdom, compassion, power, valor, and fame. These are the six qualities that are attributed to God Katharagama. And after the six qualities, these dancers represent the power and valor of the God. it's worth mentioning a word about this orchestra, the musicians. On the one hand, the orchestra represents traditional South Indian instruments such as the tawil or the traditional drum, and on the other hand, the trumpet and the snare drums also combine with the traditional tawil to create vibrant and beautiful rhythms for the Kavadi dancers. The dancers, with their constant repetitive movements, represent their utmost devotion to the God that they believe in, God Kataragama. This dance is known as Karagama, Kohumba Kalaya, as it is known to the Sri Lankan audiences. In the authentic form, these dancers would carry a pot full of water and neem leaves in that. Here we see a group of peacock dancers. Peacock is considered the vehicle of God Kataragama. In the Hindu tradition, there are different animals attributed to different gods and deities as their vehicles. Thus, Indra rides on an elephant, Kataragama on the peacock, God Shiva on the bull named Nandi, and Vishnu on the back of the eagle. Accompanying the peacock dances are an ensemble of drummers and horn players. They too combine the traditional tawil and the Western instruments, side drum and the trumpet. we see yet another group of Kavadi dancers, and this time a well choreographed performance by young students. In contrast to the previous authentic dance, this dance uses a designed costume and well codified movements inspired by the Kandian dance movements.
I believe this is the Bhakti Kavadi dance performance, isn't it?
Yes, Nilesh, this is the Bhakti Kavadi dance group. Trained by Deshan Nipun of Nipuna Rangayatane.
And it is interesting to note that these dancers too have come all the way from Matara to take part in the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. Followed by the Bhakti Kavadi dancers. The elephant who we just witnessed is Sudumanike, belonging to Mr. Buddhika Miriyalla of Ganethanna. This is the fourth Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024, as we are just about to see the pinnacle moment of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera, where the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama shall be carried under much veneration. The dance item which we see now is the Nayandi dance performance. And this Nayandi dance troupe will be trained this evening by Mr. Pradeep Nishankar.
The Narumatra, as performed by the Nayandi dancers, is transforming themselves to more complex dance patterns. Instead of the white turban of the previous Nayandi dancers, these dancers wear a red turban in keeping with the color of god Kataragama.
Here we see the elephant Rani belonging to Mr. Nalaka Jayasinghe of Godagama.
Now see the West dance troupe of the Kataragama Devala Perahera.
And this troupe of West dancers are being led by Mr. Gajan Kilam of the Maligawa Aesthetic Academy. And the job role and the duty of this troupe of West dancers is to escort the way for the ceremonial elephant who shall be carrying the equerries of Lord Kataragama.
Of all the traditional dance forms of Sri Lanka, it was the West dance that came into the limelight in the 20th century, changing its space from the traditional ritual arena to the Perahera and then to the modern stage. slow tempo to gradual increase of the rhythm and back to the serene slow tempo.
Don't we hear the sound of Nadaswaram in this particular episode of the Perahera?
This is the traditional representation of the Hindu temple music, the Nadaswaram and the Tawil. Like our Hevisi and Horona, the Daula Tammatama and Horona, these are the traditional instruments that are represented in the Hindu temples.
This is the chief prelate of the Sri Mahakatharagama Devala in Kandy, who is the Iyer, who is of Hindu origin. This evening, the requelaries of Lord Katharagama shall be carried by the elephant Aruna, belonging to Venerable Higoda Chandima Thero, the chief incumbent of the Handala Rajamahawihare in Vattala. We see officials walking either side of Aruna, where there are flowers being sprinkled onto him, fanned by the Sabaram. Let us take this moment to feel the devotion towards Lord Katharagama. And now we see the second troupe of West dancers in the Sri Mahakatharagama Esala Perahera. And this troupe is also being led by the artist Mr. Gajan Kilam.
The term Ves means disguise. These dancers are dressed or disguised as King Malaya, the legendary king who performed the Kohomba Kankarya ritual to cure King Panduvasudeva of a malediction. In the 5th century BC.
Representing the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahakatharagama Devala in Kandy, we have the Basnayak Nilame of the Morape Katharagama Devala in Pusallava, and this is Basnayak Nilame Honorable S.K. Ratnayaka. The Basnayak Nilame of the Morape Katharagama Devala, who shall be representing the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahakatharagama Devala in Kandy, shall be walking under the pearl umbrella and being surrounded by his army of guards. And that concludes the procession of the Sri Mahakatharagama Devala in Kandy, where we shall now commence with the final episode of this evening's Perahera, which is the Sri Mahapattini Devala procession.
Goddess Pattini, popularly worshipped all over Sri Lanka, is said to have vowed to be born as a man to aspire Buddhahood in a future life or future birth of hers.
Leading the way in the procession of the Sri Mahapatini Devalaya are the Buddhist flags represented by the Civil Defence Authority of Maligawa. This is the official heavy troop of the Sri Mahapatini Devalaya in Kandy. And this troop is being led by Mr. M.G. Palita Nishanka, Mr. M.G. Sirisena and Mr. M.G. Premadasa.
The leading panikyas of the Kataragama Devala heavy troop with the tussle decorated dowlers and the beautiful lacquer work on the drum. Turban of these drummers, also of all other drummers of the heavy troop of the entire Perahera, are worn with two long tail pieces at the back or on either side of the face. And this decorative piece is known as Deuramala, the cloth that hangs along the two shoulders. Dancers seem to be dancing in one position, but in fact they are moving slowly with what is known as Tungadiya. The senior drummers being followed by younger ones. This is something that we have witnessed all through the Kandy Perahera, and is a fact that bears testimony to the fact that the traditional Sri Lankan arts, performing arts, are a living art, and they shall be continued for generations to come. A true fact that the country can be proud of.
This is the Gajan Kilam of the Sri Mahapattini Deval in Kandy, the royal official who is in charge of the stable of elephants taking part in the procession of Goddess Pattini this evening. This elephant is Isuru, belonging to Venerable Urlavatte Sri Dhammarakita Thero, the chief incumbent of the Mahiyangan Rajamaha Viharaya. And this is the Kulu Netuma, or the Willowing Fan Dance, and this troupe is been trained by the Suvirisi Soundarya Pasala of Galin Vidunuweva.
This is the first time that we see female dancers participating in this Perahera. As the present Perahera is the Pattini Esala Perahera, it is officially allowed for females to participate in this section of the Perahera. The Kulu dance is a very popular folk dance of Sri Lanka, yet is not an ancient one, but a dance that came into being in the 1950s, and it was created by Guru Panibharata. And today it has become one of the popular folk dances, and to many who do not know the background of these dances, this seems an ancient dance because it carries all the traditional elements of our folk dances.
For the very first time in the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera, we see the elephant Taraka belonging to Mr. Gajan Kilam, who is the Basnayak Nilame of the Mahiyanganaya Sumana Saman Mahadevalaya, who shall be walking in the procession this evening. Following Taraka, we are now seeing the Pahingpat dance troupe by the Dana Dance School of Karugannawa.
This is the female counterpart of the traditional West dance. Though this dance form came into being in the middle of the 20th century, it has now come in par with traditional West dance performances, as these female dancers wearing the Pahimpata, or the decorative, one of the decorative parts of the traditional West costumes being worn by these female dancers. And the entire costume from head to toe is inspired by the traditional West costume.
Riding on the next elephant of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera is Manike, belonging to Mr. Anura Kempitiya of Kegol. Following Manike, we are now seeing a Paturu dance troupe, and this troupe of Paturu dancers are being trained by Mr. Nishantha Sangeet Navaranga of the Navaranga Aesthetic Academy of Galnavar.
With an elaborate costume that combines a multiplicity of colors and motifs. The Paturu, or the clapper dancers, now make a variety of movements and variations formations to the hyping drum beats of the Kandyan drum.
Following the Paturu dance, we now witness the female counterpart of the Nayandi dance performance that is represented by the Ketumati Aesthetic Academy of Murutalawa.
Even though the female dance history of Sri Lanka goes back to the Anuradhapura period, that is over 2000 years, the Kandyan dance form was adapted as a female form in the 1920s and 30s, which developed into becoming a popular female dance form in Sri Lanka.
And this is the elephant Manike belonging to Mrs. Shriyani Gunawardana of Mobitel. Savarang dance troupe which we see over here. Actually, we are about to see two Savarang dance troupes who will be dancing together. And one of these dance troupes will be represented by the Sarasavi Aesthetic Academy of Molagoda, and the other troupe will be represented by the Nelka Aesthetic Academy of Murutalawa.
The Savarang dancers adorned in yellow costumes represent the glory of Goddess Patini. the traditional Sri Lankan dance forms which were nurtured in the traditional Gurukula system, or the teaching system that took place in the home of the traditional gurus or teachers, eventually transformed to become more organized institutes known as Kalayatanas in the beginning of the 20th century. And it is interesting to note that the Kalayatana tradition, which is perhaps thought of being decayed or vanished, has now being revived with the Kandy Perahera, as we can see many Kalayatanas represented in the Perahera.
And the final elephant to join the Perahera is Sita, belonging to Mr. Roshan Samarakodi of Maharagama. This is a female counterpart of the Pantheru dance act. Instead of the usual graceful movements of the female body, these dancers well represent the vigor, valor and power of the Pantheru dance style. This is the arrival of the first West Dance troupe, which will be escorting the way for the ceremonial elephant carrying the godly ornaments of Goddess Pattini, And this troupe of West dancers shall be led by the Mithun Bandara Aesthetic Academy of Watapuluwa.
The large group of traditional West dancers who herald the tusker who is carrying the reliquary is advancing in simple dance movements. It is a known fact that in the early days the Kandy Perahera did not include the West dance, but it was in the year 1919 that the then Devadana Nilame P.B. Nugawala Disava took measures to introduce the West dance to the Kandy Perahera, which ever since has become the main dance form of the Kandy Perahera.
We see the approach of the chief trustee of the Sri Mahapattini Devali in Kandy, who shall be walking ahead of the ceremonial elephant, who shall be carrying the godly ornaments of Goddess Pattini. And this evening, the requelaries of Goddess Pattini shall be carried by the elephant Mangala, belonging to Mr. Udara Galapatti of Kiriyulla. Mangala shall be accompanied by the elephant Manike, belonging to Mr. H.R. Nishanka of Kegol, and the elephant Parami, belonging to Mr. Samantha Vijayamanna of Medagoda. This is the approach of the royal elephant Mangala, belonging to Mr. Udara Galapatti of Giriyulla, who shall be carrying the requelaries of goddess Pattini in the 4th Randoli Perahera this evening. Mangala is accompanied by the elephant Manike, belonging to Mr. H.R. Nishanka of Kegol, and the elephant Parami, belonging to Mr. Samantha Vijayamanna of Madagoda. Let us take this moment to feel the devotion towards goddess Pattini. And this is the final dance performance that we shall be seeing in the 4th Randoli Perahera, the West Dance, trained and led by the Chandana Aesthetic Academy of Matale, where this troupe of West dancers shall be tasked with escorting the way for the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Mahapattini Devalaya in Kandy.
One of the significant movements of the West dance is to swing the long tail piece that hangs from the tip of the headgear down. And this piece is known as Eka Vala. From the Kastirama, the hyped up movement at the end of a set of steps and a variety of movements, the dancers have now fallen back to the serene walk. the story has it that when the three Malaya kings, after performing the ritual that cured King Panduvasadeva, found a young prince from Sri Lanka and entrusted the task of continuing the tradition of performing the ritual dances to this young prince, who was deified by the three kings, and he came to be known as God Kuhumba, under whose name the traditional ritual Kuhumba Kankarya is continued today.
Representing the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Mahapattini Deval in Kandy, we have the Basnayak Nilame of the Alavatugoda Saman Devalaya, Bhashana Kulatunga, the Basnayak Nilame of the Amboka Pattini Devalaya, Ryan Valisundara, and the Basnayak Nilame of the Wallahagoda Kataragama Devalaya, Srimat Valivita. And they shall be walking under the pearl umbrella amidst the guards of the Murayuda, representing the final episode of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera. And now we will be seeing a special feature that could only be seen in the Randoli Perahera, which is the carriage of palanquins to symbolize the queen, where we shall see the palanquins of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, Vishnu Devalaya, Kataragama Devalaya and Pattini Devalaya being carried as the last item of the Perahera. And that marks the end of the 4th Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2024. We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. May our country prosper. Dalada Samidu Pihitai.